so the class leading is shifted constantly. I did also like the one about talking about yourself, since students can connect easily from there and see you as an equal and not someone who is above them. All right? So, this is a video that was shared in our magazine. We sent a general survey. Some teachers shared how these tips were impacting their teaching. Some of them said it was extremely relevant or somewhat relevant. The one about the parents meeting was really impactful. I love the comments we got from teachers here. Thanks a lot. I think having this kind of guidance allows that we can receive and recall information in very different formats. We got the training, but then we forget. So what about having the video also? I consider the video was highly useful for new teachers like me. This is beautiful, like, oh, come on, I'm a new teacher, I need extra support. This one, my first parent-teacher meeting allowed me to strengthen my confidence and show security when communicating with parents. Look at this, that's beautiful. My first parent-teacher meeting. Do you remember your first parent-teacher meeting? Scary, right? Then getting these tips, I think, make you feel more comfortable and ready to go and face these kind of situations. We also like to collect and gather evidence about how effective these people think those tips have been for them. We could see most of them said very effective, somewhat effective. We can only see like 13 or 12 teachers surveyed because we got like 18 new teachers. Some of them already have experience, so they didn't have to take this training. Next time we get new teachers or practitioners, we can share exactly the same video and they can be like trained by using the same material. Guys, basically these are like this is the way that our project has been working on in terms of communities of practice. We started creating like a sense of community among the supervision team. Then we decided to share our best practices through videos, then through infographics, and after we shifted the responsibility and the stage to teachers. I've got some final takeaways for you, things that you can probably apply in your Columbus, in your schools, in your institutions. The first one, collaboration strengthens teaching. Sharing knowledge and strategies creates a supportive professional community. Maybe you don't need to develop a complete supervision system like we did at the Colombo, but it's really important that you create a sense of community among teachers who share experiences, knowledge, and best practices. And also that you get to know each other a little better, not just in the teaching field, but also what you love, what you like, to work on this social emotional component. Practical reusable sources matter. Videos and infographics provide ongoing tools for classroom success. Probably if you have the chance to record something and share it, please do. This is a great experience. Finally, teacher voices lead change. Experienced educators inspire peers, building a culture of continuous learning. Empower teachers, that's gonna be amazing in order for your institutions to grow. People, together we grow as educators. What's your takeaway today? That's my email in case you want to contact me and learn a little bit more about communities of practice. Thanks a lot for being here. I hope this was useful to you. All right? Thank you.
Ricardo, for sharing your insights and experience with us in this session. Thank you so much. So please, again, applaud him. And thank you, all of you, for your attention and participation. We invite you to continue with the National English Language Teaching Medellin 2025 program and the different sessions we are having during the day. So right now it's time to have the lunch time. So if you need to go to have lunch, you can walk around here because there are many places here to have lunch. Okay. Thank you so much. We will be back at 2:15 p.m. Okay. Thank you so much for all your attention. And thank you again, Ricardo, for share all the knowledge and all your experience with us. Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National English Language Teaching, Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing and ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It is my pleasure to introduce our presenter, Esteban Vasquez, who is brief professional with a lot of experience in English language teaching, and today we will be leading a session on assessment of learning versus assessment of learning. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Esteban Vasquez. And remember, if you need something, let me know. I will visit here.
I'm not used to the microphone though. Not a big fan of it. Yeah, no, yeah, I never use it. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. Professor Esteban Vasquez, and we're going to be talking about assessment of learning, assessment for learning. You guys could also call it, that's so bright in my eyes. You guys could also call it summative and formative assessment if you want to call it that, right? Which is probably the way we know of it. Great example of this is when the chef tastes the soup, right? Imagine you guys have all been to a restaurant, right? Right? When do you assess? Do you assess particularly when the chef is preparing it or when it's served? When it's served, right? So let's consider that preparation of the soup like our students. Our students are preparing their work. That is a formative process, right? We do give them feedback. We do revise things. And we create a rubric for such a thing. And then summative processes is when we finally sit down and we're like, okay, did you meet the criteria that was established, right? As predetermined by the curricula. So I kind of want to jump here a little bit. Assessment is one of the things that I have been passionate about for many, many years. And so has Harold. Harold was the original speaker. He can't be here for personal reasons, so I will be subbing in. Cool? Guys, if you have questions, I prefer to view this like a class. So if you want to ask questions as we go along, that would be even better. Yeah? And it would like help it feel more natural, right? And me feel more natural too, because this is quite awkward, the microphone. I'll be honest, I'd rather not use the microphone. So again, coming down to assessment. Assessment plays a pivotal role in what we do, right? It is the what and the how. Yes, when we decide to prepare a syllabus, it's the first thing we have to ask ourselves. What is it that we want our students to take from this class, right? What is all that input that we're going to create, this journey, but ultimately, what is that intake? What are they going to, take home with them? What's going to transform them? What's going to become that learning, right? And that's where assessment plays that large part. If we understand the what, it makes that panning out of the process a million times easier, yes? Because when you're planning the assessment process, you're able to determine, I want to measure their language knowledge. How do I want to measure their language knowledge? Do I want to check specifically vocabulary? Is that what I'm looking for, their lexicon? If so, then I know that I got to prepare certain, perhaps if necessary, rote learning if I want, or I could devolve into, let's say, audiolingual, and so forth and so forth. However, our students today do necessitate 21st century literacies. Are you guys familiar with that? 21st century literacies, multimodality, functional literacy? Okay. All right, so functional literacy is probably what's taught the most in schools, right? Which is follow instructions verbatimly. Don't question, just do, right? So an easy example of this, Sir Ken Robinson. Don't know if you guys have seen one of his TED Talks. He mentions this. He says, a teacher gives to their student a rose, right? He gives them a rose. And so what color do you think the student colored the rose? Let's say some random color. They colored it neon pink. What do you guys think the teacher said? Probably it's wrong, right? Roses are red, right? Like the poem, roses are red, violets are blue, and so forth, right? But there is something that goes into assessment, which is also creativity, yes? And that's something that we have to learn to value. And all of this is going to play into it. Assessment should be something that doesn't terrify your students. And it should actually go beyond motivation. It should be interest. Our students should want to to present these tests. No matter if they're a traditional or alternative test, they should want to present them. It is their time to shine. So part of that is making them feel like they are the protagonist in this story, right? In their learning process, making them responsible of it, right? So coming, oh, right, I did not really talk about what this other stuff was. So when we think about 21st century literacies, we're talking about the implementation of multimodality. That means with this implementation, we start to look at multimodal grammar. So let's say, for example, you ask your students to do a video, right? There has to be an intentionality within the video. What are they trying to talk about? Yes? So the imagery, the colors, the text, the lining, the spacing, all of this contributes to that intentionality, right? So let's say you want them to talk about, I don't know, you ask them to create some crazy, wacky story about, I don't know, marshmallow devouring spaghetti, whatever, yeah? Because it's Halloween, and so they're talking about this, right? That's the beautiful thing about language teaching. You can be so creative, right? You don't really have to, limit yourself to something specifically. You can go above and beyond that. So you have them doing this, and so you have them prepare something. What kind of vocabulary do you want them to use? And let's say you want them to use food-related idiomatic expressions, right? Like the cookie crumbles, don't cry over spilled milk, spill the beans, et cetera, right? And so you're going to enter into this process of assessment. You're going to measure the accuracy of the usage of said words, but also their creativity to employ and recreate the scenario in which they're used, the authenticity of it, right? That matters a lot. So that's something that allows us to do that. Again, that assessment for learning is quite pivotal. Have you guys ever assigned any writing tasks to your students? All the time, I imagine, right? And you guys love checking them, yes? It's the best feeling ever. Good. That's the spirit. You have to love it, right? I think I spent, honestly, over the last 2 weeks, I asked my students, my students are people that are learning to become teachers, right, at the Faculty of Education at UPB. And so the last 2 weeks, I have been checking papers, just the drafts, 2 weeks. But it's a beautiful thing, because when you do this assessment of learning, right, you're able to see their initial state and be able to keep track of it towards their final state, right, when the semester ends. And you're able to determine, are they growing or are they not growing, right? So you have to take that time and dedication for that. Otherwise, how would you know? Yes, how would you know that they are growing or they're not growing? You have to read their work. You have to give them feedback. And that's one of the trickiest things, giving feedback. How do you know your feedback is meaningful, that your feedback is actually contributing? What kind of feedback are you giving? Are you giving feedback that's like, good job, that's it? Or are you telling them, like, look, you wrote this beautiful sentence, but you know what? What if you considered it from this angle? What if you spoke about it from this other way? Have you ever contemplated this possibility? So the way I look at feedback is more of a conversation. I give them a conversation, and we have a dialogue. It's a very beautiful process. And so they read the feedback, and then they come back and they ask me questions, and then they learn from it. Yes? And that's how we start to garner that meaningful feedback. Then we have assessment of learning. I imagine you guys have a lot of experience constructing rubrics. No? Yeah. Rubrics? A little? Yeah? Just a little? I love my rubrics, guys. I'm going to be honest. I think they're amazing constructs because legally speaking, that's what protects us, but also protects the students, right? A well-built rubric is clarity for both parties, right? It's clarity. And it, makes it just. So some of the rubrics I designed can be insane, right? I didn't actually bring any examples of them. But if you guys are interested, I'm sure we can share anything that you guys would like to see. So having said that, when you sit down to contemplate the descriptors, what kind of descriptors do you contemplate? What kind of rubrics do you design? Do you design holistic rubrics? Do you design analytical rubrics? Are these things you think about? And it matters a lot. Because when you think about analytical rubrics, right? Think of, for example, the IELTS rubric or a TOEFL rubric. It's criterion-based. It gives you a lot of information, and it's very unforgiving. Yes, it's very unforgiving in the way it functions. Yes? However, when you think of a holistic rubric, this allows your students to, yes, have a general idea of what you want them to do, but they have that flexibility to propose. And proposition is important in the learning process. It gives them the opportunity to share something new, something they would like to share. Yes? And we'll see how this all ties in later with GEP, right, exams. So, any questions so far? No? If I talk a little fast, I do apologize, right? I want to give you guys an example. Have you guys ever heard of STEM? STEM learning, yeah? Science, technology, engineering, mathematics. Well, it has multiple names. It's called STEM, it's called STREAM, STEAM, STEM Plus. It has so many names. But at the end of the day, it's working projects with our students, right? Getting them invested in their learning. And so the other day, I had my students build, and this was for a methods and approaches course. I had them work on a rocket, and I had them connect these concepts with approaches and strategies and pedagogies that they could implement, right? It was actually a pretty cool thing to see them do, right? This pedagogical exploration of it. And it was great because I was able to do multiple things with them. I was able to cover these topics, right? This content knowledge initially through a standardized test, see if they were paying attention, right? Because that's good to know, right? That's good to know. Are you paying attention to me? So I tested them. They didn't like that test too much, right? They're not savvy. Like, they're not savvy on that. I don't think anyone ever hears the word test and, they get excited about it. I don't get excited about it, right? I get excited about applying tests, not necessarily being tested, but it's because we have that misconception of a test. We view assessment more under the concept of it being taxing, punishing, but it can be rewarding, right? Building a rocket, for example, putting all that knowledge into work and seeing it launch, would you not be excited? Yeah, you'd be excited about it. You'd be like, I want to do that again and again and again and see it work. My students built these using vinegar and whatnot, but they also did it with air pumps as well. And that was super nice to see it happen. And I had them explain to me how they went through this process and break it down, right? This breakdown of it. So again, we can go as creative as we like with this in terms of learning of and for. However, we do need to work with them. It can be a little complex though, because sometimes we may want to assign a grade to processes. Yes. A little more? There? Okay, I'm sorry. Better? Yeah? All right. I do apologize. Again, not used to the microphone. Nice. I'm just used to projecting my voice in the classroom. So again, talking about these processes can be a little confusing, right? We may at times want to give a grade to something that is formative, right? We may want to do that, but you shouldn't. You don't want to be assessed when you're just learning in that regards, right? You don't want a summative process of promotion to do that. You want to wait afterwards, yes, in order to reach that point. So then the question is, how many chances of formative processes do we give our students? How many tasks do we create for our students? And then that's the next question. Are we creating activities or are we creating communicative tasks? Task-based learning. What kind of things are we creating for them? Do we want them to produce and actually show what they know? Or do we want them to simply fill in the blanks? And they lead to two different outcomes. What is it that we expect from our students, right? So if we think about what our students want, they want to reach what, a B2, C1, C2, right? I imagine your students want to reach that point as well, right? B2, C1, C2. Then we have to build things that push them towards it. So there's a couple things that we have to think about as our role as teachers. But I also want you guys to contemplate something specifically. We are facilitators of information, right? We guide them through information. We filter information for them. Do we want our students to see us as the all-knowing, or rather an accessible being that is able to help them develop themselves in these processes? Which one are we looking for, right? And ultimately, that's going to matter a lot. That accessibility of it, right? And we have to change our mentality. So instead of it being, teacher-centered, becomes student-centered. We contemplate, instead of teaching, we contemplate learning. And that is pivotal. When you think about learning, right, the processes of learning, and you revolve everything around it, right, the chances of them becoming invested in that are much, much greater, because you're going to create things that matter for them. So if I were to ask you guys, let's say, for instance, you guys, what kind of things do you guys cover here at the Colombo? What kind of topics? Perfect. Technology. So if you wanted to analyze technology with them, what would you assess? Depends. Like on what? Okay. What would be a great level for that? You would say that they would be enticed by it. Like what level? Like what level would it be? B1? Yeah, is when they would start to see something like that. So what kind of tests would you create? I'm talking in general to everyone though. Yeah. Okay.
I think oh, okay. So I decided to do like a prototype. So they had to find like a main objective, a specific objectives, and they had to create like an app. In this case, they used their cell phone, their whatever, and they created and they did a great job. Like, teacher, you know what? I'm not good writing, so I created this app for other students to improve, and they used ChatGPT,
Okay.
and they did a great job.
That's perfect. Yeah. I mean, it's empowering our students, right? Giving them the opportunity to grow with it. And ChatGPT is something that's not going to go away, right? We got to become accustomed to AI. Yeah. And then it becomes our responsibility to know how to employ said tools, right? How do you feel about that, guys? Do you feel good about AI and these processes? Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Of course. I mean, we got to contemplate it later, down the line for these things, right? When we're measuring knowledge, definitely, right? Like, we got to ask ourselves, are we measuring what ChatGPT can do, or are we analyzing what our students can do? So it's very possible, right? And this is something that's being contemplated today, is like, if I ask my students to do a writing, right, like write a paper or whatever, and they're doing it at home, the odds now is probably like 99% ChatGPT, right? I mean, why would I waste time if I can just do it in 5 seconds, right? And it's going to do a pretty decent job. Wouldn't you want to know? Which means eventually a writing task, guys. Writing task eventually becomes something of a defense, right? Becomes a defense. All right, so show me what you know. If you did this, you must have an idea of what's there. Defend your point of view, yes, when it comes to these things. But you give them the chance to expand their knowledge with ChatGPT, because perhaps they don't feel that they have the knowledge that they must to develop these ideas, and ChatGPT facilitates it, right? So it could be a great aid. Or we have them write something, and we have ChatGPT check it, for example, which is another great experience for them. Ask ChatGPT what you did wrong, yes? And that becomes a good tool for this cognitive process. Well, I'm clicking on these things, and I'm not noticing. So students, right? Students today are quite different from when we were students, right? Just a recap here, I remember when I was a student at school, there were really no cell phones, right? Internet was not really a thing yet, right? Did you guys ever get to see Windows 98? No? You guys are lucky. You didn't miss out on much. Yes? Yeah. Those were interesting times, right? Those were very interesting times. Assessment was very different back then. You were forced to have to know, right? Because knowledge was not accessible. You had to memorize all these things, and you had to be sure about it. And no, yeah, exactly. No scientific calculators, nothing. You had to know about it. Right? You had to know about it, which is cool, though. You know, those times are never coming back, right? But that's something that education has to prepare for itself, right? How do we get students back into it? Because I remember learning was something that really interested in me. And I wasn't, you know, dependent on technology to do something like that, right? And I wasn't, you know, thinking about, okay, I got to check this, I got to go and have my mind divided by a million different things, right? Definitely. So times have changed, and that also means that we must change with these times, which means the way we present our classes, we discuss them with our students, also evolves, right? Assessment has to evolve. There's a few concepts that you guys can start to contemplate. For example, organic assessment, or fractal semiotic dialectism, which proposes an assessment at a multi-dimensional level. So you guys have an idea, using the concept, you guys play video games? Yeah, know about video games? The concept of sandbox, but it has to do with the concept of sandbox and what that allows, which is movement. Students today like movement. They like to move around, they like to talk, they like to engage. So it's possible to create assessments which allow such things of movement, right? That's a great possibility, something to contemplate. How am I on time? Am I okay on time? I have no idea. But the other day, I created this D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, right? D&D, Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, it could be about anything, but my students at this particular time, they were very, very fond of Dungeons and Dragons. I was like, okay, let's go for it. And so we developed this whole sandbox stylist game where they had to linguistically solve challenges, right? And these puzzles as they went along, right? And so they had to move around the classroom, and they had these maps and these dices, and they would throw them, and they had powers and all these things. It was kind of goofy, but they loved it, right? And they even dressed up for it. They came dressed as wizards and warriors and stuff. It was cool. The cosplay was quite interesting. And it turned this process of assessment that may have been terrifying if I had approached it differently, right? And they were able to demonstrate what they knew in terms of linguistics, social linguistics, and pragmatics, right? And it made it into a really awesome experience in which they were able to share their ideas. So again, students, they want to try anything that helps them learn, right? They only become afraid of failure if we guide them into that possible fear of it, yes? But if we show them that they have potential, they have the capacity to demonstrate, right? They will look at it differently. Let me kind of skip ahead here. And so this is what I want you guys to also think about. Just giving you guys like these extra slides there. Students need to feel responsible for their learning, right? They have to feel it. And you have to give them that power. One of the easiest ways to empower them with that is actually constructing the tests with them. Right, when you sit with them and you're like, okay guys, we're going to create this assessment construct, which is comprised of the instructional guidelines and the actual rubric, right? And you sit down and you build it with them, like, guys, what do you think we should check in terms of technology? What should we revise together? So we've been talking about it for 2-3 weeks, right? And see what you know. What do you guys think I should check? What kind of task do you think we should build together? And let's contemplate the rubric. What kind of criteria do you think should be included within this construct? Yes? And that gives them a lot of a perspective of what you're looking for, right? And it makes them a lot less afraid. And then the other plus side to this, guys, is that because they constructed it with you, the odds of them complaining posteriorly are quite low, because there's clarity in what's expected of them. The outcome is clear. Yes? Which is one of the most difficult things of tests. Designing tests can be difficult because of that. Designing instructions, trying to transmit what you have here to another, is probably one of the hardest things we can do. Yes? Even in day-to-day conversations, right? Even in day-to-day conversations. When you guys have this thought in your head, just call it, by its name, which is, elocution. You guys familiar? Elocution, locution, perlocution? So elocution is what you have here in your head in the imaginary, is what you would like to say. Locution is what you actually say, right? They're not always the same. Sometimes they're different, yes? Perlocution is what the other person interprets and what they answer, yeah? Based on what you said, your elocution, yes? So we are constantly trying to take what we have in our elocution, trying to pass that into something understandable, right? And we're always expecting the ideal situation as the emitter that the receptor understands, which is crazy. How many times does the person that you talk to understand what you're saying? Do they always understand? It's kind of like a hit and miss, right? Sometimes it works, and if it works, everyone's happy. If it doesn't, then there's confusion. Yeah? It becomes this crazy thing, right? Like, what are you talking about? Are we talking about the same thing? Right? It's kind of like this joke of the 5 guys. Have you guys heard of the 5 guys? All right, so the joke of the 5 guys is that you ask a person, hey, do you want 5 guys? Do you want 5 guys? You don't want 5 guys? Are you sure? It's delicious. Are you sure? So 5 guys is a restaurant. It's a hamburger place, right? But you can see how confusing it could be. When you tell someone you want 5 guys, it's like, what, 5 guys? What are you talking about? Are you insane? But that's the beauty of language, right? That's the beauty of it. You immediately either know what the person's talking about, but you're like, or you could be like, I have no idea. You know what? I'll just say no, or I'll just laugh or whatever. But I'm not ready for that. No way. I'm not too sure about it, right? That's assessment, guys. It's playing around with language in these things. So with that, we have different types of things we can implement with assessment, right? A part of this is including things like, standardized assessment within these processes. But we can also use things like ChatGPT, GEP exams, for example, a placement test or a diagnostic test, right? And these diagnostic tests are good because if we use them as benchmarks, right, we're able to determine the progress of our students and help us better prepare programs for them, and which means we can engage in evaluation processes. Yes? Are you guys savvy with the difference between evaluation and assessment? All right, so super quick here in summary. When you think of evaluation, right? When you think of evaluation, think of something political. Think of programs, curricula, laws, resolutions, et cetera, right? That you want to check and make sure that they're running smoothly. When you think of assessment, think of things that are organic, living, like people, right? We assess our students. We don't evaluate our students. However, we evaluate the program we deliver to our students, yes? And so, let's say tests that allow us to do a diagnostic allows us to do 2 things. 1, measure the quality of the program. Is a program successful or not? Is it working? If not, what do we need to fine-tune? What do we need to fix? What's not working? Could it be the pacing? Could it be the amount of information? Could also be, the organic students don't want to study, yes? But it lets you determine that. And if that's a possibility, what can we do to make it exciting for our students, yes? In order for them to get invested in their learning process. But you can also do things, for example, where you want to measure exactly what they know. Yes? As well. And so there are things for that. If you want to know things related to language knowledge, then you apply a standardized test, a proficiency test, for example. And it's going to let you know what they understand in terms of language. Not inherently production, but yes, at least in terms of recognition, categorization, what they're able to understand. And that's quite important. Yes? These being, for example, multiple choice, true, false, matching, association, etc. Right? These are all familiar things that we're accustomed to. Or even fill in the blanks, right? These are all these types of tests. But then you also have alternative testing that I imagine, have you guys ever applied? I mean, the way you kind of explained it seems like you've started to explore alternative testing, right? Alternative assessment. I prefer alternative assessment for certain things, right? When I want to see what my students can actually produce with what I've taught them, or what they've learned from what I brought to the classroom, or create diverse case studies for them. Yes? There's this concept that we have to always keep in mind, is that the classroom should be a mirror image of the real world. Are we creating things that are authentic for our students? Are they practical? Is it meaningful? Can they identify with what we're bringing for them? These prompts that we create for them, does it matter to them? When can they use these prompts? Yes? Or can they never use these prompts? Right? And that matters too. Because if they feel that they can never use it outside of the classroom, like out of school practices, perfect. Out of school practice, if you guys have ever read Brown, out of school practices are probably one of the biggest things. Yes? Our students don't always speak within the classroom. If we're lucky, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. They don't always want to. We can't force them to speak. Yes? However, if we can get them to use the language of their own volition outside of the classroom, right? Like I saw down here, there's like this theater where they can like have conversations and stuff like that. If we can get them to do that naturally, that's going to help them grow exponentially, right? Because it's something they want to do. It's something innate, right? Intrinsic motivation. It comes from them, doesn't come from anything else, right? They are the source of their interest of learning. We're going to talk a little bit about standardization, right? You guys not like standardization? Those faces. Guys, but no. In all honesty, we do need to use it, right? This is the mechanism that allows us to keep track of things, at least at a quantitative, matter. It's easier to keep track of it, right? It gives us information, statistical information of where our students are heading. So we do need it, right? We do need this information. And we need this information constantly. Let's think about it for a minute. How often can we manually check 100, 200, 300 students? Is it that feasible? Probably not, right? We can't do that. It's not as feasible as we would like it to be. So we need help in these processes, right? We need aid in order to do something like that. Something like this would allow us to do that. And it would allow us to do that with multiple versions of a test, for example. One of the key things of testing, and maybe that worries us a bit, is can it be tailored, right? Can it be skewed to fit our necessities? Right? One of the things that, if you guys have ever noticed, most proficiency tests, they will not contemplate the actual context of the individuals they're testing. Yes? That's important, guys. The context matters. If I'm testing you, right, and then I'm asking you about Europe, how many of our students have traveled to Europe? Maybe Paris, right? Here, nearby, I believe. Right? Perhaps they've traveled there, yeah? And that sounds like Europe. Yeah, I'm into Paris, it's nearby, right? Or Venezia, right? Which is also in Colombia, but not exactly the same, right? Not exactly the same. There's no point of connection, yes? And that identification matters a lot. If they're able to read this information and be like, ooh, you know what? I've experienced this before. I know what they're talking about. They're going to write more. They're going to speak more. They're going to be a little bit more invested in the reading because it's authentic for them, They know what's being spoken to them about. And so they're going to react appropriately to it. Yes? And so that matters as well. That tailoring, right? But then also this matters too, right? Especially if you're applying these tests online and people aren't always there. Have you guys ever been worried about students falsifying who they are, like false identities? No, never? It's like if they, whatever. If it happens, it happens. Well, I mean, yeah, but we should be careful about it, right? We should be careful about it. You know, identity forgery matters, guys. Falsification of identity matters. Ultimately, because, you know, if they do that and someone graduates or they get a certificate and they don't speak the language, it's your reputation, it's the institution's reputation that's on the line. And that matters. At the end of the day, that matters. Like, who was your teacher? Who was your professor? Right? You're the one that receives the criticism, not them. They're like, oh man, you know, you got scammed. Right? So you want to make sure that you're implementing these mechanisms, right, of safety, making sure that you're revising identity, that your students are who they say they claim they are, right? And this will do that for you. It will help you with that as well, which we should do in class day to day too, making sure our students are who they say they are, right? Sometimes we get a little too comfortable, like, you know, yeah, you look like a Juan, you know, I guess you're a Juan, that's fine. But we do want to confirm that information. Another thing that's quite nice about this is a dashboard. It lets us keep track of our students. It lets us keep track of the whole class or the whole groups that are taking these tests, right? And this matters to a great detail. Matters quite a bit. Especially if you're trying to determine if what you're doing is successful or not. I focus a little bit more on the teacher aspect when it comes to assessment, because we are the ones that design these tests, right? We implement these tests. And so we're the ones that should be constantly revising our processes, or, you know, our teacher practices, right? Are we doing what's necessary for them to reach the goals that we propose to them? What would you guys say, and it's, for example, they talk about percentages. What percentage would you guys say you would accept from your students? Would you be like a 60%, 70%, 80, 90%? What would you accept for them? What would you guys accept for them? I'll put it like this. A 70% is about a 3. It's about a 3. Is a 3 good enough? Do you want a little more? Yeah. You definitely like 80%, 90%, right? You want a 4, 4.5 from your students. You want their best, right? You want them to do their best. And so this will help you keep track of it. How are they doing? How are they progressing? If they're at a 70%, okay, what's wrong with what they're doing? Are they not understanding the grammatical tenses, sentence structures? Are they having problems with semantics and tactics? What exactly is causing them these difficulties? How do I fix it, right? So they can go and do it, yes? So it helps you keep track of it, because you can go and you can check it, analyze it, revise it, yes? You guys have any questions? No questions? It's quite clear? It's good? Oh, I thought you were going to be like 2 minutes. I was waiting for the paper thing. Oh, he's going to be like 2 minutes. About a minute left. All right. Guys, these are things that we have to reflect on our daily practice as educators, that we constantly have to do. If we don't do this, you know, our classes, you know, at some point can become stagnant, and we won't get them where they need to get to, right? It's part of our, you know, teacher practices. Constant reflection all the time, right? Exercises of metacognition. I do it all the time, and my students should do it all the time too, right? They have to know where they're going, and we have to know where they're going, and constantly revise it, yes? All right, so if you guys have no questions, then I guess we would finish. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Esteban, for sharing us your insights and your experience in this session. And thank you to all of you for your participation. And please, this is an invitation for you to continue participating in the National English Language Teaching Medellin 2025 program and the different sessions that we are having during the day. Please scan the QR code that is pasted on the walls to evaluate, to share your comments about this session. And again, please, thank you so much, Esteban. So please, again, let's applaud him. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Hola, hola. Hola, hola. Picture, take a picture. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National English Language Teaching Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It's my pleasure to introduce our presenter, Cristian Londoño Quintero. Cristian Londoño Quintero holds a Bachelor of Arts in Early Childhood Education from Universidad del Tolima, Colombia, complemented by an ELT certificate from Universidad del Valle and TELF certificate from Centro Cultural Colombo Americano, Cali, in collaboration with the University of Maryland. He currently works as a support teacher in Centro Colombo Americano de Cali. As a part of his experience as a teacher, he has taught at both elementary and high school levels in private schools in Cali since 2006. And he expanded his professional experience by serving as an EFL instructor in Buenos Aires, Argentina in 2017. Additionally, he has participated in the training for new teachers program at Colombo Americano de Cali. As a trainer, he also contributed to co-authoring a research article titled The Impact of Grouping Techniques on Teacher and Students Talking Time, published in Research Impacts Expanding Perspectives in 2024. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Cristian Londoño.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much. How you doing? Good? Okay. Well, thank you for being here. We're gonna have like lots of fun. I'm gonna be showing you this. I don't know if you're familiar with the cup. Yes, you know the reference? Okay, great. Well, someone wants something, has something to tell you. It's a video, but I need some help here. Yeah, my computer is over there. Can you just click on the video, on the image? No, but I don't think it's a PDF. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, it's not in the QR. In the QR, you can see the how I used the research to make the video. But well, basically on this QR code, you can find where I used the video, and there are other people from from politics, and you can create also like birthday messages or whatever. If you want to scan it, so in the meantime, they fix the situation. Yeah. So you could see over Barack Obama, and what happens with this is the nice thing about this is that you need to the video lasts like 30 seconds. What happened? Okay, well, I could use my computer. Well, So just give me a second. There's no sound.
And what an honor to be here today with the most talented teachers in this amazing city. I love Medellin, Colombia. And let me tell you, Christian Londoño from Cali, who is a fantastic guy, the best of the best teachers from Cali, called me and said, Mr. President, we're going to make grammar great again. And I told him, Christian, what an amazing idea. Let's crush it in Medellin. And here we are, and for those thinking, but I don't know tech, no worries. This is easy and simple. So without any further ado, welcome. Make grammar great again.
What do you think? All right. The idea of when I was making this video, I found some challenges. One of the challenges was that you know that I have to be very careful. You know, my last name is Londoño, right? And pronouncing it in English, it's quite difficult. So I had to write it down like I have to write the prompt using like my name as we write lasagna, you know, and that's the only way Trump could pronounce my name, my last name. All right. So as you could see, this is the QR code. You could do thousands of things with it. Oi. All right. So as you could see here, we have a blackboard. Back in the days, are we the kind of teachers who do this grammar thing like the way we have been taught, or do you like to try new things? The students we have now are really demanding, right? But sometimes us as a teachers, we are really like reluctant on changes. So we say like, oh, what should I do? I'm gonna show you one. I want you to scan the code, please. I don't know if you have seen this before, but QuickDraw is an application from Google. What can you do with it? So you click where it says okay, so what you could do here is By doodling, they're going to ask you to draw 6 things. All right? So the AI is going to recognize what you are drawing. Okay? So I want you to give it a try. There are only 6 drawings that you have to do. I want to say hi to the people who are online. Can you draw a bear under 20 seconds? Yeah, probably you could do like the basics figures, right? Yeah, but like, So at the end, when you just finish the 6 drawings, all right, they just show you like for example, there are words that probably students don't know. All right, like see a candle. Ah, teacher, I don't know what a candle is. I say, okay, draw whatever you want. And once you're done, you can click on the picture where you drew the candle, and the AI will show you the different ways you could have done it. So then you could get like, okay, candle is something you use, in a birthday cake, or and that's the thing, because the students get to know other words. They can expand their vocabulary, you know, and uh, and the nice thing about this is that there are a lot of things you could do, not only with English, but also with other languages. You could even practice or do it with your friends in Spanish. If you speak French, you could do it also. But I have a question, guys. What grammar topics would you teach with Quick Draw? What did you say? Imperatives, okay. What else? Adjectives, probably. Prepositions of place, that's great. You could say, for example, no, the candle is, under or next to the house or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what I did. I took the 6 pictures, I mean the 6 drawings, and the students had to create a story. I asked them that they had to create it in past tense. And they had to like, oh teacher, how much time do we have for this? We have like 10 minutes. You already know the vocabulary. Try to find verbs that could match those images, and you could go, with the story. All right? Obviously, the images won't make much of a sense, but that's the idea. All right? Like to make them be creative. All right? Any other grammar topic? What about comparatives? That could be good too. All right. Ready for more? All right. Just words. Exactly, just words. Mhm. Ready for more? All right. We have to like change the variety of this. All right. I want to show you another one which is called Chatter Pigs. This is a video too. All right. I'm going to show you what I did with my students. this was the prompt. Choose a celebrity you admire or someone you like from the show business and download a picture from Google from him or her. Go to the App Store and download the app. What is the name of the app? Chatterpix. Okay, this is the name, Chatterpix. And what I needed to do with them is like we were working or discussing about 3D printing. And let me show you. Who is he? Cristiano Ronaldo. Oops. Yeah, it's a video. Oh my gosh. Let me check this out. Oh, maybe he can play the video from there. Could you click please on the image? Okay, with Shutter Pics, the videos just last 29 seconds. Let me see, we can play this. Hello. Well, what I did is what the students have to do was to use their voices and telling, they have to create, like they have to come out with this information in 29 seconds. Some students were like very wondering like if they could do it in 29 seconds, but thank you.
I'm Cristiano Ronaldo and I support the 3D printing technology because I believe that can be evolved the world of materials of constructions because my bathroom is built by materials made with 3D printing technology. That is a great idea to build new things with new technologies.
What do you think? It was the student's voice, all right? You could assess different things from his fluency, right? The type of grammar he used, and also um, the vocabulary range, that we supposed to work. I have Shakira here. I need some help with Shakira? Hello? We have Anuel also, but I want to show you first Shakira's video. Didn't work? Okay, what about this one? I already gave the permissions for this one. Oh, okay. Well, um, oh, it's so bad I cannot show you the videos. Well, this was few. Okay, there you go.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with my life, but tomorrow I have a concert at 10 in Chicago. I'm percociado. I think I will break, but I don't give up. This morning I talked to my daughter's mother and I have to be with her, but I'm being educated by Arcangel. I'm not a real G. Brr.
Okay, so the idea was to describe what he was going to do using future forms, right? Obviously, he imitated his voice, right? And this is the nice thing about creativity on students. I have another, which is someone from this city. I don't know if we have. I need some help with Carol G. Do you remember the first video? What was it about? Okay, Donald Trump. Okay, after that, Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, Shakira, that she's describing her daily routine. Then we heard Anuel, yes. What is it? Okay. All right. Well, could send you this later. This is not working either. Okay, could you please scan the code? And we're going to create a charted pics. What the only thing you need to do is to get you can get one picture from your cell phone and you can cut them out, let's say, and you can use your voice and say something in 29 seconds. It's not about recording the video itself, it's just recording someone's voice, the student's voice. There are some students who don't like to show their faces. And also students who don't, but because they are little kids, they are minors, identity issues going on. And this is one way I ask my students like, guys, we're gonna use chartered pics and you have to talk about any topic, like say past activities, what they did last weekend, whatever, and they start creating because there is a lot. I mean, you could see like a teacher, but this is like so easy to, But behind showing the picture or the video itself, there is a production process. They have to write down, they have to choose the words they want to use, right? Okay, one volunteer to show me the charter pics. Okay, so now you can start using it. You could take a picture of you. You could take a picture of you or download a picture from your favorite. Like I chose favorite celebrities, the mayor of Medellin, I don't know, or whoever you want. the picture. You could use the pic. Do you have pets? Maybe. So you can have the picture of your pet and what is it? No, it's okay. That's fine. The idea is that you get them the information and you can like try it out with your students. That's the idea of this workshop. Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna give you just a couple of more minutes to check the tool. Okay. Tell me. You have a question? Only 29 seconds. I always tell my students to use 25 seconds because to challenge them more. Yeah. In the case of, for example, in this video of Carol G, the student didn't say a lot of things. Why? Because the student was from another course, and she's not really that fluent as others that I had in my classroom. You see, and you can start not saying like you can start. The good thing about this is that I tell the student, "Hey, Ana Sofia, how do you think it went on the project?" Yeah, teacher, I think I have to do it again. I think I could have done it better, right? And the good thing is that the tool is for free. All right. One more thing. Are you ready for more? I want to show you one more tool that I used with my students. Well, but okay. What grammar topic would you use with charter pigs? What grammar topics would you use? How about physical description, personal information, of course. All right. For example, for beginners, when we started teaching them the verb to be, okay, so this could be a way they can find it very amusing, you know? All right. So one more thing. Take a look at this. This is a fake WhatsApp generator. All right. So what happens here? As you could see, I have a pointer here. Okay. Here, where it says phone settings, you type name. If you want, you can go to the web page. This is the QR code. So, name, online, operator. What operators do we have in Colombia? Claro, Tigo, WOM, Movistar. You could modify it. Phone clock, you know? And okay, this is the part of the phone settings. Then you could check the battery options. In the battery options, you could see the percentage. Right? I mean, little details, but they make them students like be very entertaining. Connection has to be with the connectivity, and let's go to the message. I'm gonna show you what I did with my students. This was the prompt. Let's create a gossip on celebrities you follow on social media. Okay? So just take a look at it. I need two volunteers here who help me reading the gray bubble and the green bubble. You can read the gray and you read the green. Let's do it.
I have to tell you something. My best friend from my office said Shakira was going to have a concert here in Cali next month.
Where did she read that news?
She said that she was.
That
She said that she had read it from a magazine and she had seen it from an article about her concert.
And did she find out some information about the tickets?
She said she hadn't found any information about the tickets yet.
Okay, guys, what do you think about that activity? So I said a gossip, but what is behind the activity? Reported speech. What else? What happens in the reported speech? The most difficult part for students to understand the core of reported speech is the back shifting. You see, when they back shift the tenses is when they find it very hard. So here is not that perfect, but the students made a lot of progress. How about the second one? This is, I need a Will Smith here. Could you please? And another person.
Hola. Guess what?
What happened?
Adele said that she loved me. She admitted that she had been in love for 5 years.
What else did he say? Oh my god.
I invited her to go, but she said that she could after 9. However, I'm scared because her friend Rihanna said she was interested in an actor.
Okay, so for example, over here, what it says, could after, what is the word that is like, could be left? The preposition at. I mean, I invited her to go out, but she said that she could after 9. The student has like in his mind the fact that hours, prepositions of time, they work with at. You see? But these are things we start polishing with the students, like when I project what they did. And they start like comparing, analyzing, correcting. And over here, what do you think the word should be here? Over here. Another. You see? But those are little details. It happens even when we are texting, you know, like so fast, all right, that we start even like typing words that we don't mean to say, but it happens, right? All right, I have a question for you. What do you think about the fake WhatsApp generator? What do you think? Is it a good tool for use grammar or not? And there is no like, they start, I'm sorry. Once you show them the word gossip or rumors, for example, I like having them creating the rumors, but things they do from in their classrooms. I mean, like they started like gossiping and inventing things that, or saying things that are true, you know, and they start feeling like really taking that out. You see? Okay, so here this is reported speech for intermediate students. What could we do with basic students or beginners? Personal information, like question, like just no questions, information questions. All right, like very simple. Okay. The good thing also about this generator is that you can add pictures. You can also add pictures. In this, okay. Once you use this tool, at the end there is a button that says download image, and once you download it, it goes like really long. Okay, really, really long. I chose these two because they could be seen. Guys, these aren't magic solutions. I mean, this is not like the word written on a stone, but this could make a change, right? This could make a change. Guys, are you ready to build your own bridges between grammar, authentic communication, and digital tools? Yes or no? I'm gonna tell you something because even though I'm not that old, I don't consider I'm not that old, but not that young either. But I had an experience at school in which one of my students broke one computer, and I was trying to create some activities, online and everything, and the situation turned out to be something like it made me reflect like, no, I'm not gonna do anything else related computers. And it took me a lot of time into realize that it was just an accident and they could do it. They could do, I mean, things, because we are in the technology era, and we have to, I mean, like it or not, we need to make that effort of doing things, new things. Well, that's all for today, guys. If you want the presentation, this is my email, and thank you so much.
Do you have any question for him?
Tell me.
Is that you said that once you download the image from the chat generator, yes, it's long, but how long?
I mean, the thing is that you have to scroll down, scroll down, scroll down in the once you presenting it.
Okay, but it can be adjusted, right? Like the size of the picture?
Not really, because it goes just like the entire conversation.
All right. Okay. Ah, okay. Depending on how much you write.
Of course.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Any other question? Is everything clear?
So what do you guys, those tools, those are, I'm going to tell you something about if you want to get more tools, you can type on YouTube experiments with Google, and you can find lots of digital tools that they are really easy to use, and experiments with Google. What is it? Experiments. With Google. And you can, there are hundreds and hundreds of ideas that you can incorporate into your classes. There is one, for example, there is a recipe mixer. And what happens with this is that you say this, sometimes at some point we have to teach recipes, right? Countable, non countable nouns, procedures and everything. But the AI, they say okay, I need some ingredients from Colombia mixed with ingredients from Iran. And the AI creates the recipe for you. And that's pretty cool. That you start coming out oh, I think I could try this weekend, and and well, this is the invitation, guys, to do something new. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much to Cristian Londoño for sharing your insights and experience with us in this session. And thank you all of you for your attention and participation. We invite you to continue with the National English Language Teaching Medellin 2025 program and the different sessions we are having during the day. Please don't forget to scan the QR codes that are pasted on the walls to share your comments about this amazing session. Please applaud him again because it was very interesting.
Thank
you so much for sharing with us your
I'm
experience.
sorry for the technical issues we had, but things happens,
Exactly, no worries. It happens with technology, but it's the thing that we know when we are working with technology. Thank you so much again. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session of National English Language Teaching, Medellin 2025. We are very glad to have you here as we continue sharing ideas and experiences that enrich our teaching practice. It's my pleasure to introduce our presenter, Andrés Becerra. Andrés is an English teacher with a bachelor's degree in basic education, currently taking a master's degree in technology and innovation for education at Santo Tomas University. He holds an important 16-year career as an English teacher, academic coordinator, and curriculum designer. Throughout his career, he has collaborated with various private language schools in Colombia, holding roles both as a teacher and administrative tasks. Furthermore, he has expanded his academic background with diplomas in key areas such as education and media, and education and virtuality. He has contributed to the design of educational programs for work and development in Colombia, specifically in designing curricula for programs in English for business, English for specific purposes, and teacher training. He currently performs as an academic consultant for Pearson Education in Colombia and Ecuador, and gives support to other countries in South and Central America. Please, today he will be leading the session named Brains and Bilingualism, the CLIL Connection. So please join me in giving a warm welcome to Andrés Becerra.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much. I think I will shorten that presentation, right? That view that is kind of long. Thank you so much. How are you guys today? Good? Fine? Okay, tired? Sort of? Well, I think I'm nervous as you're tired, so don't worry about that. As I was already introduced, my name is Andrés Becerra. I am an academic consultant from Pearson Education, which is a learning company that has presence around the world. And we've been accompanying Colombo here in Colombia in different processes. I'm really happy to be here in this highly regarded school here in the country, sharing some interesting information about a topic that is of our interest, which is CLIL, okay? I'd like to be asking questions constantly to the audience, so I don't know if I can do it. Okay, thank you so much. So if any of you guys wants to, participate, ask questions, or maybe just share some knowledge that you may have about the topic, you're more than welcome, okay? Do you guys know what CLIL means? I think you know. Content and language integrated learning, okay? So today we will talk about that and the high value that CLIL has for our curriculum. So let's start with this. You here guys have a kids program, right? Yes, and the other schools. I'd like to know how you handle or how you work with kids in your program, like some ideas, some methodologies that you follow, maybe some pedagogical approaches that you use with your kids in your schools. Maybe anyone wants to share. Thank you.
Project-based learning.
Okay, excellent. So you work on PBL.
Yeah.
What is that? Can you give us like some more information about how you use PBL in your school?
Yeah, well, basically at the end of some units, we have projects. They're usually described on the books. And students have to prepare a product. It can be a poster, it can be handcraft, and they have a presentation on what they did. They have to make some research.
Okay. Could you say that a PBL is a multidisciplinary, let's say, approach or method?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yes? Okay, why?
Well, I would say that it involves like different areas of knowledge, so that's why.
Okay, that's great, nice. By the way, today I will speak about PBL. This is part of my presentation, so thank you so much for mentioning that method. Okay, Nice. So let's move on. So I have this group of students in my classroom. Some of you might work with kids. Some of you might work with teenagers or maybe adults. Yeah. So we have different contexts. But this guy, you know who he is? You guys know his name? And maybe what about this guy here? No idea. And what about him? And this guy? Okay, so let's just start with the first person here. So his name is Howard Gardner. You know what Gardner said? Who wants to help me what he said? What does that mean?
Track. don't do that. There's more than one thought process.
Okay.
In regard to some people have emotional intelligence, and some people have kinetic intelligence. Some people, according to, and sometimes you have a multiple or a combination of them, and that's what usually happens.
Thanks a lot. So it means that all of us have a different way to approach knowledge and different way to learn.
Factors. That's why we do diversity.
Okay, and that's why, depending on also the kind of subject we are studying, we show more interest in the learning process. So it has a lot to do with something that's called motivation and a lot more different things. Yeah. Okay, Howard Gardner, second person here. And actually, we'll talk about this guy later as well. His name is Benjamin Bloom. Yeah, and he speaks about the Bloom's taxonomy. Who wants to tell me something about the Bloom's taxonomy? Another person. Okay, we have some hands up there.
Thanks, Sebas. Yeah, well, in a nutshell, the Bloom's taxonomy is kind of like an organization of thought processes. Yes, it goes like as a pyramid, and it divides like these thought processes into like lower thinking processes and higher thinking processes. And we can see that, like, according to that, we mostly, or in a learning environment, what has been done up until recently is just to follow up until like steps 1, 2, and 3, which would be memorize, and would be kind of like understanding, and then application. Yes, like memorizing, understanding, and applying. Okay. And then you have like the other 3 that are like the higher processes that are assessing, if I'm not mistaken. The other one is kind of like creating. Yeah, that's. And I forgot what was. There were like these 3 higher thinking processes, but that's pretty much like the sum of it.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, so he speaks about levels of complexity. When you are learning a concept or a process, your brain goes through certain levels of complexity, yeah? I'm going to go more in depth speaking about the level of complexity by Bloom. Who's this guy? His name is Albert Bandura, yeah? He speaks about something that's called, or he coined it that way, social learning theory. And in his theoretical framework, motivation is important. And it's that when we go through a multidisciplinary approach, like content and learning, content and language integrated learning, we are, from different areas of knowledge, we are fostering processes in the classroom that call or hook students' attention and motivation, yeah? So that's why Bandura's theory is also important here. And this guy here is called David Kolb, and he proposes something that's called experiential learning. So basically what he explains contributes to the fact that through experiences, students can learn. And it has a lot to do with project-based learning and has a lot to do with CLIL as well. So understanding the theoretical framework behind is something that helps us to understand better the CLIL method. So many of your students might like, biology or science, maybe. So why can't I use this subject to teach English in the classroom? That would be interesting, because that way I am addressing the multiple intelligences our students might have, yeah? Some of our students might like arts. And as I was waiting for this presentation time to come, I was walking around and I saw that here you have a lot of spaces through which students can learn. You know, you have like a lot of sculptures. You have a lot of different things that can be used for our students to learn from the arts perspective. Some of your students might like technology. Do you guys have students in the classroom who like technology, or they are like tech savvy and they are interested in this kind of topics? Well, or maybe some of your students might like sports. Yeah, there is in a classroom the common student who's an athlete or who likes to play soccer or on the weekends goes and play. Yeah, and also we can also have students who like history or geography. So why don't use these specific areas of knowledge for teaching English in a classroom? In your program here in Colombo, you have any class or any academic moment or space where you can promote this kind of topics in the class or not? Which ones? Could you tell me of one that you have? Maybe a speaking club or a cultural club or something? Anybody would like to share? I don't know Colombo's program very well. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, nice.
Thank you. And very recently, actually, my colleague here next to me and myself and a lot of us, we got this agreement with the Secretary of Development.
Okay.
And we're actually now tailoring English for specific purposes.
Okay.
So we're teaching in English, but we're not teaching English. And the 4 areas or lines of action are IT, we have media production, we have culinary arts and hospitality. So what we're trying to do is to re-educate ourselves to talk about these topics in the class in English, but not necessarily teaching general English. And that's something that's pretty new to us, and that's a challenge for us, but it's also a way for us to integrate CLIL more in depth in our sessions.
And how do you deal with the fact that some teachers might not know about those specific topics? Like teachers have to train themselves or what?
We're trying to sell this beautiful story that so it's an opportunity for us to learn more, to challenge what we know. And in reality, we're preparing students to face life, and life has this element. So it's not really, we're not seeing it from the perspective where we fear that we do not necessarily know a lot about these aspects, or we're not professionals in the field, but rather we know that students need this for their lives, and our roles just beyond English teachers, but our role as educators is to prepare them to face that life, to be global citizens. And in that regard, then we're trying to read, we're trying to prepare a certain bank of vocabulary, we're trying to also like re-educate ourselves little by little and gradually, so that we can also be better people for our students, and so that we can be better educators for those citizens we want to see the day of tomorrow.
That's great, and I think that's amazing because it also demands from teachers the fact that they have to be constantly learning new things, you know? It's like sometimes we encapsulate ourselves in just speaking English and teaching grammar, teaching structures, but when we work with this sort of approaches, with this kind of approaches, it demands from us that we train ourselves constantly in new topics. So maybe one day I have to teach a lesson about technology and I don't know about that topic. So I have to go ahead and read about that, document myself so that I can go and give a class. So I think that's an amazing approach, and I assure you guys that if you do that in your schools, your teachers are growing professionally and in terms of knowledge. They are acquiring a lot new vocabulary and many other things. So what is CLIL? As you said before, Content and Language Integrated Learning is an educational approach where students learn a subject and a second language, in this case English, simultaneously. It combines content mastery with language development, promoting, look at this is important, deeper understanding and communication skills. Deeper understanding, why? Because when they are learning from other areas of knowledge, they are actually communicating based on the needs for communication and not based on the structure and understanding the structure of a language. David March is one of the CLIL pioneers. And he says this: CLIL is a powerful tool to prepare learners for the globalized world by teaching them to think and communicate in another language. So which means that this approach promotes communication, but most importantly, it also promotes critical thinking. That is a concept that everybody's talking about, this concept nowadays, critical thinking. Now, Du Coyle is another pioneer who, along with David Marsh, proposed the approach or the method, and she speaks about the 4Cs framework. Do you know it? You know the 4Cs framework? What do you think those 4Cs stand for? Communication, class, conductist? Ah, okay. It's not, actually it's behaviorist, but maybe conductist can work as well, but no. Which one you say? Context, okay. Any other? Culture, okay, that's good. Communication, well, the 4Cs stand for these four. Number one, content. So she says, look, in CLIL method, there are four concepts that start with a C. The number one is content, which has to do with what we learn. So it can be math, it can be social science, history, it can be, I don't know, music, physical education, whatnot. That is the content, what we learn, okay? Technology, software development, anything. For example, when it comes to working on programs that promote English for specific purposes, like the content Cambrai, yeah? I remember once I worked at a school where we taught English to software developers. So I had to document myself a lot with these concepts, you know, vocabulary and whatnot. The second C stands for what? Communication, so it has to do with the language itself. So I'm going to get some content across by using a specific language, in this case, English. So when it comes to communication, we have here everything: the structure, syntax, semantics, the pragmatics part of the language, pronunciation, lexical, etc. The third C stands for cognition. Did you say that? Did you say that before, cognition? I don't know, I don't remember. The cognition part, according to the 4Cs framework, has to do with the level of complexity of, in this case, the use of language or the contents that we are approaching. So in this case, we have to speak about the Bloom's taxonomy, but we will do it later. And the 4C stands for what? For culture. So it has to do with the cultural impact that what I am learning through the language has in terms of my training and my development in terms of cultural awareness. You know what's cultural awareness? What is cultural awareness? Any idea? That light is annoying. Cultural awareness. Anybody?
Well, I suppose it has to do with like knowing how to address people depending on who they are, where they come from.
Exactly, thank you. So it has to do with how aware you are of the use of a language depending on the culture, the context where you are at. So it turns out that by approaching this CLIL method, I can not only learn content about different areas of knowledge or how to communicate it or how to go through different levels of complexity, but it also contributes to my cultural awareness and it makes me more a global citizen, you know? So this concept of global citizenship is another concept that is very common nowadays. This is the part of cognition when we speak about the third aspect on how we think that I mentioned before. And here we have to speak about the Bloom's taxonomy, which is the one that was being described by one of the teachers here minutes ago. So Benjamin Bloom proposes that there are 6 stages of cognitive complexity. Yeah? What is cognitive complexity? Well, that every time we scaffold one of these stages, the process of learning becomes more complex. So every time we start learning something new, for example, let's say, think about one of your classes, one of the groups you have. Where do you work? You work here? Yes. Okay, think about one of your classes. What are you learning in this moment in your class? Maybe a basic level. Sorry? Emotions, okay. Now, so I might guess that you are also teaching your students in terms of grammar and vocabulary, you're teaching them adjectives. Yes, okay. Are you speaking maybe about comparatives and superlatives? Also, like the concept of emotions, but apply in a specific context. In animals' emotions? How's that? Look at this. This is Khalil, evidently. So. Oh. I think that's a good example of a class, like we can speak about that lesson in terms of Khalil, because maybe you can speak about biology or, you know, different species. And by introducing that vocabulary, I'm not only learning English, but also learning something related to science or biology, right? So maybe, I don't know. Okay, so in your lesson about animal emotions, your students need to remember things. For example, basic vocabulary about adjectives, yes? Then they understand new concepts in your lesson, so they understand that animals also have feelings, yes? And by understanding that, they start applying, by understanding that, they start applying that thing that they understood. So, yeah, animals have feeling as we do, right? So how similar or how different are those feelings, and what ways do we get our feelings across, and what ways do animals get their feelings across? Yes? So maybe. And then by applying those new concepts, then after they analyze what they did, you evaluate your students and they create something new. Maybe a presentation, or they create based on TBL, they create a dialogue, I don't know, yes? So that is a common process that occurs in everyday's lessons, you know, something that goes through these 6 different stages of cognitive complexity according Benjamin Bloom. This is just a simple example so that we understand how it works. Well, it turns out that Benjamin Bloom proposes something that he called HOTS and LOTS. Do you know what HOTS and LOTS is? Yes? HOT is an acronym. What's that? Higher order thinking skills, which are create, evaluate, and analyze. They are higher order thinking skills because according to Bloom, these are the most complex. And then we have the LOTS. What are LOTS? Lower order thinking skills that are, you know, the easier stages according to Bloom, and they are remembering, understanding, and applying. And Bloom proposes different actions in each one of the stages, and eventually these actions are the ones that we use to propose the learning objectives, the objectives for my class. For example, students will be able to use different adjectives to describe their emotions. That is a learning objective that belongs to the stage of applied. That is one of the lots according to Benjamin Bloom. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of things to speak about, but my intention by speaking about Bloom's taxonomy is that Bloom's taxonomy, according to Du Coyle, is the one that sustains, or the one that validates the third C, that is the one about cognition. When she speaks about cognition, she speaks about the levels of complexity that a student goes through when they are learning. This is the Bloom's taxonomy list of verbs that we can have, different actions that we can have in each one of the categories that Benjamin Bloom proposes. If you're interested about this list of verbs, I'll share with you this presentation, don't worry. I know they can't be read easily, but we'll be sharing this. There is another concept, according to Du Coyle, which is the 3 dimensions of Khalil, which are these 3. I want you to take 1 minute. Oh, my timer is there. I want you to take 1 minute to talk with the person next to you, okay? If you're not sitting next to a person, just get close. If you haven't greeted that person, just say hi, introduce yourself, where you come from and whatnot. And I want you to select one of this. Select one of this, yeah? Language of learning, language for learning, and language through learning. And I want you to select only one and discuss what you think that might be about. You understand it? Is it clear? You have 1 minute. Go ahead, start. Okay. So who spoke about language of learning? The first one. Language of learning. Anybody? Did anybody speak about language of learning? Nobody? Really? Okay, the second one, language for learning. So all of you guys spoke about the third one? Really? Language for learning. Okay, so I'm going to explain the first two. Which one you... let's go ahead and guess.
In terms of things, you didn't have to. Yeah, pretty much kind of like the basics of the language, like grammar, I don't know, syntax, all this stuff. Like only like focused on that, on the language itself, and not on like learning new concepts or like newer stuff using that language. Right?
Let's say general English.
Yeah, general English.
Okay.
That will be, yeah.
Uh-huh.
In a nutshell.
Let's see what it is about. So it says, this refers to the subject-specific vocabulary and structures that students need to learn from content. It's the core language of the topic. But actually,
Thanks.
it was not what he said.
Oh.
I don't know why you're clapping if it's not what he said. I think it's quite the opposite, right? So according
we're in a supportive environment.
Yeah,
so
that's very supporting. I think it's a nice
some
word.
clapping when I fail. Thanks.
We are addressing mistakes in the classroom, which is good. Okay, no, but thanks a lot. But it's actually quite the opposite of what you said. So language of learning refers to the specific vocabulary. For example, if I am teaching software development, so there are some specific words that only exist in that context. For example, I don't know, back end, front end, yeah, debugging, yeah. Or there are some words that belong to other contexts but have a different meaning. For example, a bug. What is a bug in software development? Like a virus, or maybe a problem that certain program has. Yes? Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Let's go to the second, language for learning. Let's throw another spaghetti to the wall, as he said. But this time I hope you aim well. I'm just kidding. I appreciate the fact that you... Actually, just come to me when we finish. I'm going to give you a prize for that. Thank you. So anybody? Second one, language for learning. I have another prize for the person who tells me about the second one. Even if you make a mistake, I don't care about that. Nobody? Really? Guys, you're too shy. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. So, language for learning. It means that it's not just the specific language of the topics,
Okay.
right? but is how can we use the language in terms of learning? We're not just, we don't use language in terms of, okay, we have verb to be and that's it. No, we always use the language, and through the language we learn, of course, about language.
So that would be the third?
Well,
I don't know.
maybe. That's a nice reflection.
You want to help me with the second one or the third one? Okay, so go ahead. But thank you. That was a nice try, though. Come to me and I give you a prize at the end of a presentation.
Okay, so what I think language for learning is based on skills and also the, what's the right word for that? Essentially, so how students learn in terms of like their learning abilities. So if they're more of like hands-on learners, if they're more visual learners, those kinds of things.
So you're speaking about multiple intelligences?
Possibly.
Maybe.
Language for learning, but essentially using that to be able to get students to create the content, but also learn in terms of their long-term memory.
Well, when I see all these theorists proposing these theories, sometimes I say, wait, but this is too obvious, like speaking about of and for, and you will see that's very obvious. But now I just realized that it's not that obvious, actually. Thank you so much.
So I think language for learning refers to using the language as a vehicle for the students to acquire the knowledge. I think so. I mean, we can provide them the structures and they can put into practice, into projects and something like that. So I think that language for learning is more referred to the language as a vehicle. I think
Okay. Remember something. Okay, go ahead. Here.
Maybe it's when you give students the language they need to be able to succeed at what you want them to learn, like to have a basis so that they can succeed at developing a task or something like that.
Okay, good. Now, look at this. I think you need to place yourself in a context where the people who propose this method called CLIO are not language teachers, but they are math teachers, science teachers, history teachers. So I will show you the definition, and for you, it will be very obvious, but for them, it is not, yes? So when they mean, or when they speak about language for learning, it refers to the language students need to operate in the classroom, yeah? In the other language. So it has to do with what you two said, yeah, but more than that, is the basic language in the classroom that they have to use. Let's suppose we are teaching math, but we're not teaching math in English, but we're teaching math in, I don't know, do you guys know Italian? No? Okay, that's perfect. So we are teaching English in Italian. So that's what I was expecting, actually. So what kind of expressions do I need to use in the classroom in Italian so that we are capable of learning at a basic level, start learning mathematics? Well, what kind of expressions do you need in the classroom? What are those classroom expressions that you teach in the first level to true beginners? How do you say, what's the meaning of, how do you spell? Can you repeat that, please? Turn the page on, or go to, open the book on page. So this is what they mean, that language for learning that I need to operate at a basic level in the classroom. Now think about the context of learning Italian. Are those words difficult for us in this moment? How do you say, what's the meaning of in Italian? You see? So that is the language for learning, the basic concepts I need to go through different contexts. Now, I said, this is obvious for us because we are language teachers, and we do this with all our true beginners in the classroom. But this is not obvious for a math teacher. Do you get what I mean? Yes? Okay, and language through learning, let's go and see it. Language through learning, this is the language that emerges naturally as the students explore, discover, and communicate while learning the content. So everything that you said, yeah? this one. Yeah, when they explore the language, they use it autonomously. Yes, and here we are going to speak about different approaches in the language teaching paradigm that exists there. This is an example. Look at this. These are the 3 dimensions: language of learning, for learning, and through language. So, of learning, vocabulary about a specific subject. For example, evaporation, texture, and balance. What do you think the subject is? Science, maybe. So this is the vocabulary. Language for learning, functional classroom language. Describe, compare, ask, follow instructions. They look like Benjamin Bloom's verbs in the taxonomy, remember? According to levels of complexity. Yeah? And language through learning. Okay, emergent, discovered language. Teacher, I think evaporation happens when, yeah, so the student is now producing, as you said, like freely and autonomously, okay? TBL in CLIL, you know what TBL means, right? Task-based learning. So remember, according to task-based learning, I can propose situations where students simulate or role play in different scenarios, like buying something at a shop, or looking for an address, or following directions, or maybe they role play or simulate a job meeting or a job interview, in 3 stages: the pre-task, the task, and the post-task. Well, it turns out that all these topics students can talk about on a TBL lesson can be related to other areas of knowledge. Yes, for example, if we are role-playing in the classroom a job interview, what kind of areas of knowledge can be implied there? Maybe ethics. What else? Etiquette, maybe. Yeah. In a job interview, what? Aesthetics, maybe. Aesthetics. What else? If we are, I don't know, like in this, doing a role play about looking for direction. Which one? Geography, maybe we can speak about, I don't know, history, because we can speak about places in the city. Yeah. So other areas of knowledge are always present. For example, in this case, in TBL. Active learning in CLIL. Look, this teacher organized the classroom in this way. This teacher organized 3 groups, group A, B, and C. And then they start working on an activity, and then 10 minutes later, the teacher moves student 2 to group B, student 5 to group A, and student 8 to group 2, this way. And then 10 minutes passed, and he moves student 3 to group C, student 9 to group B, and student 6 to group A. Have you ever done that technique in the classroom? In active learning, like organizing groups and having your students switch every 10 minutes or 15? No, never? Never done that in the classroom? How do you call that technique? Centers? Like, okay, nice. That's the name we give it here, right? Yes? You know? That's the name you give it. Oh, okay. No, but this is not only with small children, but you can also do it with adults or, teenagers. Thank you so much. Jigsaw reading. That's called jigsaw technique from active learning. Yes? Okay. And when I do this, like let's say this jigsaw technique, I can have students speaking about different topics. And this way, I can also foster and reinforce, collaborative approaches, communication, and I can reinforce different abilities in the classroom. PBL in CLIL, you know PBL? Yes, what are the essential aspects of PBL? We also need to have a problem, a challenging problem, yeah? The second, we go through the method or the lessons through sustained inquiry. The project must be authentic. The project must have students' voice and choice. The project must foster reflection, critique and revision, and also we need to have a public product. This must also always be present in a project-based learning lesson. Well, projects can be, for example, this is an example of a project, creating a podcast series. Creating a podcast series on a topic of interest can help students learn about journalism, media studies and communication. They can also learn about the importance of storytelling, interviewing, and audio production. If I have my students work in a project for creating a podcast, what kind of areas of knowledge I will need to work on this project? Any idea? Creating a podcast? Technology. Okay, yes. Editing. What else? It depends on the topic for the podcast. If it's a podcast about history, well, we'll need history. If it's a podcast about, I don't know, yes? You told me you work based on PBL on your school, right? Yes, tell me one project you've worked on, and what kind of knowledge have you taken from other areas?
Well, in my case, we constantly do this with, especially with kids and teenagers, but currently with some students who are adults. We have worked on a couple of projects, like similar projects. We did kind of like a video at first, and it was a video talking about like I don't know, Antioquia. Yes, under a certain like for instance, regarding technology or its nature, or for example, storytelling in Antioquia. So they had to research some myths or some stories around certain subjects or certain landmarks, and talk about them, kind of like present them to a general audience through a video. So it was not just kind of like a Canva presentation and that's it, but it was more like they had to talk to the camera, so they had to, I don't know, like they had to have these communication skills in order to like sound kind of like engaging as well. They had to learn about editing, as you said. They had to research the actual landmarks that they wanted to talk about. And as you were saying, like it was all decided by the students. Like I gave them the idea, and I told them, hey, we're going to make a video, and it's going to have like these general guidelines, but you choose the subject that you want to talk about, as long as it is like centered around Antioquia.
Okay.
So that was kind of like.
That's amazing. They have that autonomy and agency on the process of selecting what you're talking about. I'm just wrapping up this, and just remember that we always need to have a specific framework to work from if we are using CLIL, and in this case, the Global Scale of English by Pearson can be a really good and a really supportive framework through which we can establish the learning objectives for lessons. Just a call to action, remember to revise and incorporate the 4 C's, check and apply the 3 dimensions, which are learning for what language for? For learning, of learning and through learning. Okay, they're different. Remember to use the Bloom's taxonomy as a way to identify actions or learning objectives, foster active learning activities for the classroom, didactics, apply other ELT strategies such as PBL, TBL, flip learning, etc. Use the GSE, assess students in different ways. And well, sorry, I had to run, but time is over. Thank you so much for attending this presentation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much to Andres for sharing with us your insights and your experience with us in this session. And thank you all for your attention and participation in this session. We have 2 invitations for you. The first one is, please don't forget to scan the QR code pasted on the walls, because it's important for us. Share your opinions about this session with us. And the second one is, let's go to the first floor, okay? Because we have a special invitation for you over there. Thank you so much again, and thanks to you again, Andres. Thank you so much.